Good evening, guys. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully, everybody had a decent trading day. Just trying to get my last couple of things set up here. Just give me a minute. We still got about 10 minutes before the Asia market open. All right. Just want to make sure volume's working, microphone's working. Alrighty. All right. All right. I've been having issues. I don't know why it's been doing this lately. What's up, Hims? How are you doing? How was your, did you trade today? Uh-oh, did my microphone go out? Oh, thought my microphone went out there. Yeah, we're still grinding our Bulinox account over there. A few Apex accounts, so we're still on the grind like everyone else. I've tried to I always wish I could find some days to full port some of these 90% accounts so I can stack them. You said I did trade, made 284, took a small couple longs and shorts. Yeah, it was whipping pretty good. We took multiple good trades this morning. Well, at least winning trades. I don't know about. This was probably the best looking setup if you like to trade off the 5 minutes, where we kind of had to get through the whipping price action of that 15 minutes. But this was probably the cleanest if you like to trade off the 5 minutes. But it was whipping pretty hard this morning. The last couple weeks or so, the where it says, where is it? What's up, Ray? How are you doing? But yeah, we were whipping pretty hard this morning. I liked it after we kind of created this little small order block here in the beginning, where we had like the big green candle, big red candle. Then once this printed, this right here was probably the safest move to take. So you printed right above the previous day high, and it was just pretty much straight up. And it looks like we kind of sold back down to retest the previous day high. And now we're just kind of waiting to see what happens here at the Tokyo Open. Oh, sorry about that, guys. You think we're going to sell off this evening? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm up for whatever happens. This could. I kind of like the swing, though. That's probably the only thing that I like. I kind of like the longs here. I like here. If you pull fib on this, because we made a new short, and this is a 50% pullback of that leg. So I'm going to wait and see what happens, because this could be our first swing for us to move higher. I'm not sure about overall, but I'm just talking about at this moment. Huh. Wonder why that's doing that there. I'm just kind of messing with a few settings over here. So we got about 3 minutes before the Tokyo session opens. We do have a nice trend line build up here, so that is a plus. So this is why I was kind of just long bias, but we'll just kind of wait and see what happens. The only way I would say this is short if we cannot break back above this here. Break back above the 50s. But if we do run this swing here, more likely it's going to be a upward motion for a little bit. So for shorts, you kind of want to hold that. If we can hold this swing, then kind of make this our little wedge. So right now it looks like we're kind of in a wedge. She's got to see who's going to win. Oh, we're seeing the wrong. You're looking at the Rico candles. Oh, okay. I don't know why it did that. Strange. Let me fix this real quick. Somehow it's like the whole thing's off. Thank you, Hims. Yeah, I was trying to mess with a few settings here. Short. See, if we can hold the 38s, we're definitely going to be possibly long bias holding the 38s. All right, here's the top of the hour. Let's see if we get a little pump here. Up or down. So let's see who wins the battle here. We got a trend line on both sides. And we didn't break this swing here. So as long as we don't break this trend, I still like the shorts. All right, we're going to go with the short since we broke that trend. I mean longs, I'm sorry. I don't know why I said shorts. Doesn't mean that we can't turn around, guys, so oh, don't tick me. Give me my 10 points and move on, Mr. Market. Woo, are we going to get a Tokyo boner candle? Maybe. Don't get a lot of those, guys. Woo, look at that big old... This is what we say about them nighttime trend lines. You know, got you a little wedge, and what side of the wedge is going to win? I'd rather just take whatever profit we can and see what kind of pullback we get here to make another swing. Because more likely, whatever swing we get is going to retest this swing down at the 53s. So I'd rather just take what we can and then re-enter. Because you know what, the nighttime, we always get those pullbacks, guys. Trend lines are pretty good at night. I'm not going to lie. Trend lines be popping at nighttime. So plus we just hit that whole number there. This is why I'm thinking that we pull back to 50. I mean, that is playing with the New York session. Well, how much time we got left on this candle? We got 40 seconds. So what we can do is pull fib on this big old candle right here. And as long as the 50% holds, we should continue higher. Let me get it on here real quick. %50 would be a pullback, all the way to the 60s. I would like it to stay above 40. If you're looking for a strong, I'm sorry if I missed your message. I'll get to it. We are trading on Ninja Trader. Now, we don't have a wick on that candle, so that's pretty scary. More likely, it's got to pull back. See that no wick on there? I mean, it's hard to say that that's going to continue higher without some kind of pullback here. All right. Here it comes. Like I said, I'd rather just try to re-enter back to the downside than hold this runner. Because I'd hate to put my runner all the way back down there and it gets stopped out. All right, at least we got a wick. So that's a plus. So we did create the wick. We're going to have to get some kind of pullback, man. We're hitting what, the 90s, so you would expect it to pull back here. Too bad this wasn't a funded account, guys. That would have been awesome. Like I said, I'm looking for the 50% pullback on this candle. All right. Now we could, by London, be going back up to what, 25,080 by the end of the night. Man, do I get my 50 points? My final target is 50 points up there. We don't ever usually get 50 points like this on a rip in the Tokyo session. Very, very rare do we get that kind of price action. But like I said, I was very long biased, and let me tell you, this is why. Because look, we broke a trend. We broke this leg right here, so we made a new lower high here, or new lower. You know, we just broke the leg, and then when we pushed back up and we pulled 50% back on this, so I knew this was going to be a new swing, and then you had confirmation once it broke this previous swing. So that's what enticed us to go long. Whew, what's up, Outer? How are you doing? We got to get the pullback, guys. This is the Asian market. We always get pullbacks. We always get those 50% pullbacks. You entered the same as Methodical Man? Let's see. My entry was 55. I'm not sure what his is. I think I was in about 30, 40 points before him, Outer. Donate. Is someone donating? Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I heard Methodical Man say he was entering that while ago, Outer. I thought he entered it on this candle here. Somewhere around the 75. If I'm not mistaken. Kind of looks like it. It could get a 50% pullback. Most of the time in the nighttime session, we usually get those 50% pullbacks. And plus, we just hit the 90 level, so it could easily come all the way back down. If you pull fib, you can get an idea where you're going to come back to in the nighttime. Let's see. So we could get a pullback all the way to the 60 level. If it's going to pull back. He says we cannot see TikTok chat message. I'm not sure what you're asking, Outer. Do I have it on the wrong chat? No, I just watch the SPY. I don't ever really trade it. Which is what? The ES, right? So the ES is the SPY. I just watch the ES. I don't ever trade it. I trade pretty much the same thing every day, Jess, and that's just the NQ or MNQ. Dude, can we go for more? Do we take our profit at the 25,000s? My 50 points will be at the what? 205. Like I said, man, I wish we had this on a funded account. That would have been super nice. My funded accounts are with Bulinox and Apex. And the closest one to pay out right now would be my Bulinox account. We're doing good. Is that Gozu? Gozu? I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Gazoo. See, I'm trying to look down. It's French. Outer's. Are you saying it's French, Outer? Or are you asking if it's French? Oh, goodness. Oh, it means Coke. Oh, Coke. Oh, come on, Methodical Man. Get out of here. Y'all messing with me. I didn't realize that was Methodical Man putting that. I just kind of just read the message. It didn't even like, oh, come on. Come on, Methodical. I didn't look who wrote it. I should have knew better. Oh my goodness. All right, we just hit those at what? Almost to 25,000, so you would expect some kind of resistance or pullback here. I don't know. The other night when we blew our account, we never got a pullback, so that thing just kept going and going and going. Whenever I got caught in that sell the other night. Yeah, I blew an eval 2 nights ago, and I got caught in a short, and I couldn't even DCA out of it. It sold down like 200 points. Just kept going and going and going. Methodical Man, where's your entry at? On this trade? Dude, we might have we have a lot of stuff open. So this is pretty normal for us to run in some kind of resistance at the whole number. That 25,000 is a pretty big number. All right, so we are trading on Ninja Trader, and we are trading a Bulanox eval. All right, let's pull the fib and see what kind of 50% pullback we can get. We might be able to find another entry. I feel like we got good volume tonight. So the 50% would be all the way back down at the 60s. And that's if we get the 50% pullback. You could even possibly even get the pullback to the 40 here if we get a decent enough pullback. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of anticipating a pullback. The nighttime is notorious for pullbacks. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for the likes and follows tonight. If you wouldn't mind, hit the subscribe button. We don't need this trend line no more. Right now, I want to say the closest account to our payout is going to be our Bulanox. We're what? We're 130 away. Oh, you already out of that long, Methodical? Like I said, the 60% is all the way back down at the 60s. And we could even possibly go all the way back to the 50s here to retest these wicks to clean up this gap. So I don't know what kind of pullback we're going to get here. So let's see. And this could be also another little 5-minute trend line too, guys. So like I said, the 50%, we'll pull fib on that one more time just to see. So your 50% is, like I said, at the 65. Man, you think we go all the way back down to the 880s on this move back down? Maybe. I don't know. It looks like we did have a lot of resistance up there at the... there is a 5-minute order block there. We almost have equal lows sitting at 95. Or equal highs. A lot of equal highs sitting up there at the 95 range. I'm going to stay with longs until we break this swing. As long as we don't break this swing, we're going to be looking for longs. I'm saying 65 is probably the pullback here. 65 to 60. Like I said, I'm still looking for longs as long as 60 to 65 holds. I'm looking for a long bad. I'm still long unless we pull down and re-break this swing that we're constantly in. It would have to sell down past 30 or sell past the back into like maybe the low 900s. We're about to have a new 5-minute candle, so we'll just kind of wait and see what happens with this next 5-minute candle. If you right now, if you pull fib on this total move, we are at the like 40% range, and you kind of want to. You would most of the time of that nighttime, it'll hit that 60. Yeah, I know. I saw all those equal highs sitting up there at 95 outer. That's what I'm looking at too. If we can hold at the 60 to 70s here. You want to see this next candle have like a little wick where it wicks down and retests the 60s, then start pushing back up. You want to see it hold here. If it doesn't, if it loses the 60s, then you're looking for the 50s at the top of that swing. That would be kind of to the 50s there. I'm try my best not to get caught in any kind of like nasty drawdown trade tonight. I mean, that is the 50% there. I like the 952 outer because that's at the top of that swing. So that I'm just not sure if we sell. I'm just not sure if we get over the 50%. We need to kind of start breaking through the 60s if we're going to push down to the 50s. We're just kind of waiting here, guys. We haven't really placed our orders. What's up, DB? How are you doing? You said throw some fibs from last week's highs and lows and check today's action out. Nice. We're just pulling the fib on the individual legs. We do still have equal highs sitting back up there at 95. So we're just kind of waiting to see what happens with this price action here. That's the only thing about nighttime, guys. You gotta be like super patient. Wait, it can. Yes, Momo. This is the MNQ. I'm not sure if most of you guys. Yeah, we're trading micros because we're trading 50Ks and 25Ks. So we strictly just stick to the micros. I mean, every now and then we will go in a little heavy with micros, like 10 to 20 micros, depending on what kind of account it is. But for most parts, most of our entries are usually 2 to 5 micros. We'll take this off so you can see a little better. The first blue line is going to be your 50% pullback on the fib, and then this next line is going to be the top of the leg here. So this is kind of what we were talking about. You may get a nice little bounce here at the 50 level. Now, if we start losing that area, this is when, possibly the shorts could come back in, especially if we push down and break this leg here. You want to see this to be like the next leg here. Like you want this to kind of be the low here, and you want to see the push back up here. Oh, is gold over there paying the bills? Sounds like gold's over there paying. I've been trying that one gold thing out, outer. I just keep missing it. We're trading MNQ, Dr. Neo. Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting to look at it, methodical man. Thank you, doctor. How are you doing tonight? Any trades tonight? We actually got a nice breakout trade tonight. Usually you don't get a lot of these starting out the night with. So, oh yeah, it's very grindy outer, very grindy. But I think with those setups that Methodical Man uses, you just pretty much put that crap on there and walk away. Right now, we're just kind of waiting to see if this is going to push back up. And the entry is going to be somewhere between like 70 to 75. And see if we can run all those equal highs sitting up there at 95. The moving averages that are on here, I don't really use them that much. I mean, they're just on here for reference, but they're the 9, the 21, and the 50 for anybody that wants to use this. I use mostly support and resistance on most of my levels, doctor. A lot of times we just kind of trade level to level or in between hold numbers a lot. Pullbacks, trend line breaks, just a couple different things, because every day the market's a little bit different. So some days trend lines work better than some days. When it's really whipping hard during the market, I prefer to trade not trend lines, but support and resistance. Because the market's a little different every day. Then depending on how much follow through we're getting, if we're not getting good follow through, I'll usually just look for 10 points in runners. Then some days the runners don't even pay because we're just whipping so hard. So then we'll just go to like a scalping strategy where we're looking for 10 points. So right now that swing is still kind of staying intact here. Just don't want to get tagged in too early and get burnt. Oh yeah. That's the only wild thing about the Tokyo session, man. It's so slow. You definitely gonna be sitting in some of your trades for a little while. I only trade evals at night. I don't trade my funded accounts. I only trade funded accounts during the New York session. We got a nice buffer built up on this account. I think we're up over what 12. I think we're at $1,300 on this account. So if that low's going, if that's going to be our swing here at the 50%, your stop loss. What's up, fish lips? Your stop loss would have to be right there below that last candle there. So right here. $58. So 58 would have to be your stop loss. As right now, unless we pull back and it takes out a little bit more. Gave you that entry time. I'm sorry, long. I wasn't. I guess I wasn't paying attention to that one, Doctor. So what entry were you talking about? Nice touch on the mirror. All right, so we did break that swing. All right, we'll go and take that off here. And like I said, as soon as we break this swing here, we're going to be looking for shorts. We'll just have to, we'll wait for us to break this swing, then look for a pullback. $9.25. Oh, you're going to take a long at $9.25, fish lips? Or is that a short to $9.25 to $90? Oh, you're short to $9.25. Oh, okay. Okay, so you got short what at, oh, the 90. Okay, I see what you're saying. Nice shorts. Yes, Ziggy, we are on the 5 minutes. Right now, we're just kind of sitting on the sidelines, just waiting for another setup that I feel comfortable entering. We're already up $80, so we already taken one trade. And if we can find another one for the night ends, that'd be great. Then that'll be that $100 to $150 that we usually try to hit. Just kind of see how much of a pullback we get on this 5-minute candle. I do have trading view, but I'm not really using anything at the moment on it besides looking at the New York PM session. and some order blocks. I mean, this is the main thing I use on TradingView, and a trend breaker or a super trend. Oh. That was pretty much off the previous day close there. Not looking good. Doc, what is that, Ray? Yeah, I don't really use a lot of indicators, Doctor. I feel like they've always kind of hurt me more than they help me. I feel like they've always been kind of a distraction to me. No, Outer. I think I was having some issues with YouTube tonight, and it may not be your internet, dude. I think there's still some issues going on with YouTube. I'm not really sure. And you got to think, man, I got Gigablast internet, so. And I don't usually ever have any issues with like buffing or anything. So it has to be something going on with YouTube, because mine was doing it a while ago too. Because they had that outage yesterday, so I don't think they got everything fixed. I think they just did what they could to get it back up and running. Yeah, I'm always willing to try something out if you just feel like sharing it to look at, or if it's something just temporary. I've done that in the past with other people sharing indicators, and a lot of times, most times I don't even know how to use it, like, or they haven't been like directions with it, unless it's kind of like a buy sell type indicator. And I don't think I've ever had much luck with like those indicators either, which I haven't used them in forever. But, in the past, usually those buy sell indicators, I've always never had much luck with them. But the hell, I haven't looked at those in almost since the beginning, since I've started trading. Kind of looking for this 50% to hold up here. Got to get some sleep tonight, Outer. Sounds good, buddy. Have a good night. All right, we're about to have a new 15-minute candle here. Sleep. What's the methodical man doing? Yeah, see, even some of my pictures don't look good tonight on YouTube. I don't know if anybody else is having that issue. Like, what's up, Ponzi? How are you doing? Thank you for the follow, Jimmy. A little bit clearer. I want to say my bear bull line for the for this is going to be, we're kind of at it, that 43 level. Because it could bounce off the 43s here, so we got to be aware of that. Don't want to have to try to... So, like I said, that bear bull line for me is at 43. Let me put this down on one micro if we can. Don't want to get caught into like a big like move back up to the upside here. So at the most, I want to see like 50, that 50 area that we held here. And it needs to break back below the 43s. Because that's kind of like my super trend line there at the 42, 43. I was very iffy on even taking that because of that. But we're trying to see if we can target the... Since we kind of had a little pullback here, then... We're going to hold because we're going to hold with your fish slips and see if we can get that 25 level. When does the CEG report earnings through? It's supposed to be yesterday. I'm not sure. You said you're long? Okay. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'm kind of a... Dude, we're at that trend line level. I was kind of iffy here, but we're going to give it a whirl. It's a eval, man. We're up tons on this eval. So I think today we're up what, $1,200. So we got a nice little buffer here. So even if we take a loss, we'll just lose our profits that we made from earlier. And that 40, like I said, 43 is kind of like my bull bear line here. Another bump. Another bump. I'm hoping we get our first target before the 8 o'clock hour because I know in the nighttime session, Tokyo or Asia market, it seems like we always get that nice push at the top of the hour. To me, that's the best time to take entries is usually at the top of the hour in the overnight session. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I was trying to spread it out a little bit there. If you want to see the hold charts, doctor, I have a horizontal stream also on YouTube. It's just it's if you go to my YouTube channel, it's the horizontal version. If you don't want to watch the vertical, if that's an option for you. Come on, get through them previous day closed. Oh, the Tokyo session's not going to make it easy for us, is it? We had a pretty good trading day, Timothy. We're still grinding our one funded. I think the most we made on one funded was about 250. Eval, we went in kind of heavy today on an eval because it was one of Beulah Knox's 90% off eval, so went in kind of heavy. I'm hoping over the next 2 days that we can get above that. What we still need $130 to get to that threshold with Beulah Knox. So we're sitting at 53,470. Dude, you cannot be wrong here, doctor, because that 43 is really my line in the sand for the Bears and Bulls. That is my hourly super trend line, and I know that it's sitting there. So I know that if we cannot break through those 43s, that it's probably uptown. Ray, I would never recommend trading anything than an eval in this session because I don't do good with. I'm still fairly new to trading the Asia market, so. Uh-oh, looks like we may be trying to DCA back in there. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, is it going to be just going to blast through this? Got a 5-minute order block here. So let's see if this holds. It's going back to 980. Yeah, I'm going to add in at 975. If we hit 975, we're going to add. Yeah, I hear Methodical Man talking about people having issues too. Yeah, if you're having issues with your YouTube, guys, there's something going on with YouTube. Because some of my screens on my one charts, no, I don't use no kind of volume indicator. I've tried a volume indicator before, but like I said, man, I have a hard time like paying attention to indicators when trading. most of my nighttime trades is usually trend line breaks, just because it feels like we always get. I know we got 5 minutes left, man. We could just be going straight back up. I actually have that 43 level fish lips that I was talking about. That is a super trend 1 hour trend line there. So if it couldn't break that 43, I was like, man, if we're going back up, we can't break the 43s. Right now, we're kind of hitting a 5 minute order block. So if we get through this order block, we're probably going to be at least running these equal highs back up here at 95. We're doing pretty good tonight, Merch. How are you doing? All right. That was the first try trying to get through that order block. So eventually it's going to keep pushing and pushing. Eventually it's going to break through. We don't want to add too soon. Oh no, we were looking for a short down to 25. So we're called in a short. As long as we don't have no big 200, 300 point push up, we should be fine. Kind of like we had the other night where we sold off like crazy. The gap's at 951. (15-second) gap fill. All right. Next ad will be 800. I know. Oh, okay. This is the hourly candle here. So all right. No worries. No worries. May sideways for 15 minutes. Luckily, we got a bigger account, so we can withstand a drawdown. And like I said, this is a eval, and we're up, what, $1,100-$1,200. So we got quite a bit of drawdown. So if I don't feel like we can get back through the 50s down here, we'll just take a break-even trade just to get out of this trade. We just got to make sure we don't add too quick. What view has changed? Oh, no, that's not supposed to. Well, let's see. I'm not even sure what that is. Oh, wait, that's TikTok. Never mind. Let's see. Oh, no. I think that's the same. You're on the horizontal one, Merch. I think you've mainly been on the vertical one. Yeah. Yeah, the horizontal is a lot better than the vertical. You can see a lot more. It's a lot cleaner. It says DM me and learn how to earn on day trading. Okay. Albert's. Oh, I guess he's been spamming the channel. I mean, I don't mind you putting stuff in there, but you don't have to do it over and over, or at least do some breaks or something if you want to put something in there, Albert. Because a lot of times I miss all the other messages whenever it gets kind of spammed like that. Where is the 50% of this leg here? So would that be this? Let's see. This would be the leg because that's the low, the high. So this is the 50% here at the. Yeah, we're at the 50% of that leg. I know that may be my only few opportunities to get out of this setup here. Right now, I mean, for anybody looking at EMAs, the EMAs are very tight right here. Now, this is going to be really not a good thing here if this candle right here pushes back up and prints and creates a big old 5-minute order block. That's not going to be good. So we don't need that. At least let us get down to the maybe a little retest of the 50s here. But yeah, if this prints here, I mean, that's going to create an order block. So down at the 308s. Or 808s. Is that supposed to be 808s, Dr. Neo? Oh, okay. Time zone. Yeah, it's a. It's 8 o'clock where I'm at. So what are you, like 6 hours ahead of me? Let's see here. I don't know if I should get out of this trade once it hits my break even, because I don't know if we can get back below those 50s. You think we're going to be pushing down? But if I let it go back up, I'm going to have to try to DCA out of this entry. And there's nothing worse than trying to DCA late at night. And I figure we only have another hour of like somewhat decent movement. Usually when it hits that 10 o'clock, the market just completely dies off. For a couple hours until like the midnight. Like if I shut it down now, I'm still green. I just lose $50 on an eval. But we also have all those equal highs sitting up there at 95 too. And right now my other indicator is pointing up. So I don't know, did it fill in that gap area that you were talking about, Fish Lips? I know it hit the 52. Man. Not yet. Okay. Yeah. I was very tempting to take that off when we got back down to our entry. If it was a funded account, we probably would, but being an eval, we're gonna hold it. Just being an eval. And we'll just do our best to try to DCA back in. I'm sorry, Jack. What were you saying? About your text? Or is this the right lobby? Stick this up here so it doesn't get wicked in by accident. Yeah, the overnight, like if you're looking at the previous session, I say by London, we could easily push all the way back up 100 points at the 25,075. Or even 25,059. What's up, down man? What's up, down bad? What about the Iran stuff in the headlines? I'm not sure about that. I guess I didn't see none of that. I don't think I've looked at any news today. It's been a busy day. Like most of my days are just super busy. Like I usually stream all morning, then kind of work in the middle of the day, then kind of back at it, then spend time with like wife or family and stuff between like 4 to 6:30, 7 o'clock my time. Then I'm back on the stream. That's pretty much what I do every single day. It's just the same thing over. I stream till 10 o'clock. Go to bed till 4 o'clock. I'm up at 4 o'clock, kind of just chill out, drink coffee, then start streaming that morning. Then leave here about an hour before I have to head off to go do work stuff. Then, yeah, same thing over and over every day for myself. So, I don't do anything new at the moment. Yeah, I guess I didn't know anything about that one. I hope not. We don't need no wars. Yeah, that's the first I've heard about that down bad. It just varies. I mean, some days, I mean, I don't really have a certain amount because I don't ever shoot for a certain amount on my funded accounts. So like my one funded trade here is always just a one trade in type of done. So like this is probably our largest account that we have right now in funds, which is 53,470. And the rest of them is just like anywhere between $50 to $200 trading days. So I think my largest trade on the funded account day was like $200. But then we had like a couple $100 ones, 115, because we're trading 3 or 4 different funded accounts during the New York session. Then I'm trading a couple evals after the market settles down. And those usually are a little bit more on the riskier trades, or I trade them a little bit more aggressive. So you'll probably see me trading these evals really aggressive the next few days because they're 90% off. And I'm trying to build up my funded buffer with like 10 funded accounts. All right, we're going to add up here because we need to try to bring up our Apex and Bulanox. The one account with Bulanox is the one that we have the most in, Michael. And I'm hoping tomorrow or Friday we can finally get over that threshold, man. We need $130. And I've been trying not to over leverage, so we're still just using 3 micros. And most of the time we're just going in with 10 points. Still fairly choppy here. Oh yeah, we've been stuck in this short for a while. Down management. It really wasn't a good entry because I know where I entered at was my bull bear line. I was actually thinking that, all right, maybe we'll get the push through the 25. I thought maybe we would retest the previous day close. So that's why we chose 10 points above that previous day close, but we didn't even get the push down. It just pretty much hit my target and went straight back up. But it's okay. We will be A-okay. Like I said, we got about a $1,200 buffer in this account right now. And it's a 90% off. So lucky for us, we don't have a lot invested in this account. I think what, 7 or 18, 19 bucks is what we have invested in this account. Ooh, my back. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for the... Sorry I've been messing with this vertical screen. Sorry if you cannot see the charts very well, guys. So if you can't, just let me know. Yeah. We can still see. Yeah, if you're new to trading and you're looking for cheap evals, I want to say Bulanox and Apex has probably the cheapest, even though they may not have the best rules like overall. But Bulanox has no rules. The only thing you got to follow with Bulanox is don't go over the consistency rule. Apex has a little bit more stricter rules. I want to say the hardest one is probably that 30%, 40% drawdown rule. But other than that, they're okay. You know, if you especially if you like to over leverage. No, I'm not sure if I know what TSX is. I'm sorry, I've never heard of that. Cleo. Top Step X. What about Top Step X, Methodical Man? Oh, okay. You're asking me if I'm in. Okay. Well, I know sometimes people on TikTok put in these abbreviations, and I didn't know if it was like a digital coin. But no, I don't use any Top Step X at all. I didn't know that was for Top Step X. No, see, it's called the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Come on, Methodical Man. Get out of here. Thanks for clearing that up, Leo. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, nice on the take profit, Doctor. Yeah, Doctor was probably long where I was short. Ooh, that thing is... Watch me enter right now and it'll flip left. Oh, goodness. You see if price can crash through the... Oh, order. I don't think it's going to get through the order blocks, man. I knew as once we created that order block, I was like, no, there's nothing we can do about it. So I'm trying to slowly bring up my average so we can get that little pullback. Oof. You said you saw someone take the long and it said order filled, 2 sender laters. It's stop loss. Now, we've had some crazy days like that last week. Last Friday was a constraint, like survival, because the market was like they were whipping 100 points out of nowhere last week. It was just insane. The Friday, like the size of the candles were like 60, 70 points. You can bank off of it, but man, if you're on the wrong side of that, your day is getting wrecked. We definitely had some what I call survival days last week, because we had the CPI numbers, I think, last Friday, and plus, yeah, I remember that was a big day for you, fish lips. Then we had a non-farm payroll last Wednesday, so we had some just crazy price action last week. So crazy price action. Right now we're in the red, $100. Let's see here. Thank you guys for the follows this evening. I much appreciate it. Hopefully no one is stuck in this long with me or short with me. This is why I always inform you guys that I'm trading a eval account only, because I don't ever recommend following my evals with your funded account. And if you're trading with an expensive eval, I don't ever recommend following these accounts. Whenever I trade Tokyo session or the Asia session, I'm always in an eval, and it's most of the time it's one of those 90 or 80% off evals that we're trading. I don't ever trade fundeds. At least not at nighttime. Maybe later down the road we may, but as right now we do not trade fundeds, just because I'm not that comfortable trading the Asia market. I've only been trading the Asia market consistently probably since December. So mostly all my time has been spent in New York. So, mostly New York trading only, guys, for myself. What's up, Sam? How are you doing tonight? It says, oh, I trade my fundeds on Robinhood. Okay. Sounds good, Doctor. Hey, man, thanks for hanging out and sharing information. Sorry I didn't take that long with you. Try to come back tomorrow, man. If you want to throw some entries out there, I'll take some entries with you. especially on my evals. Yeah, down bad. I don't really have, but what? I've traded the Asian market off and on. It says you hate the intraday, how they like them. Oh, come on. All right, so we're going to add up there at the 800s here. As long as we don't get one of those like crazy candles that we got the other night, we should be fine. I don't know if we get back down to that trend line. Excuse me. All of my Rico candles point up. Excuse me, guys. What's up, candle dealer? How have you been? Yeah, we're trapped in a short at the moment, so we're looking to add here at the 25,000s to bring our average up. We're doing good. It was a fairly good trading day. We were green all around. We didn't get stuck in no trades today. I feel like everything worked good today. The only time I ran into some issues is whenever I was cross trading. We were cross trading our Tradeovate account on our Ninja, and we were getting some lag with that. That was probably the only issue I really had today. All right, new candle here. Just trying to hold off before we re-enter here. Like I said, we're trying to bring up our average so that we can get taken out of this trade. Most nights in the Asia markets, you can work yourself out of the trade. You just got to be patient and just kind of DCA into it slowly. unless you get one of those like crazy 200 point sell-offs, then there's just nothing you can do about it. So kind of like what happened the other night. Thank you guys for the likes and follows tonight. Thanks for helping me get over 1,400 subscribers. I don't think we have any like crazy news tomorrow, so I'm hoping we have another nice trading session tomorrow. I'm definitely ready for the price action to be a little bit better at the opening. The last few days, the price action has been insane at the opening, where it's just whipping like crazy. That I don't know, because I'm not really thinking about longing because I'm stuck in a short right now, Ray. So look, I'm going to try to survive this short. Hopefully we should get out of it in a minute. I think we can get out of it. As long as we don't have like no 1 or 200 move push up, we should get out of it. Take that off. We're just. I know Candle Dealer. Candle Dealer, where did you get long from to look at the 25,000 take profit? Where'd you get long? Oh, okay. So you got long at the 967. Oh, nice. Hopefully make my chart looks a little bit better here. Let's see. There you go. Let's see where the 50% is. Do we even have an opportunity to get back to the 50%? Let's see. Is this the leg here? Man, no, that's a long ways down. We may only get back to my break-even spot. I don't know if we can get back to the 58s here. I know we have that one area that Fish Lips brought up with the gap filling at the 51. I don't know how much I believe in the pullback quite yet, Candle. I mean, I think you may be okay still. I mean, this could just be a retest of the 9 EMA at the 75.73. So right now it looks like we're kind of following that 9 EMA up. Usually on the 5 minutes, it usually takes a minute for us to get back down to the 50 EMA. So just filled the 15 second gap. I know I wish I could have got my average up a little bit more, but what's up, Ram? How are you doing tonight? We DCA'd back in. So we got our average up to 63, but I don't know if we get that 58 push. $24.882 is the final target. That's a long ways, fish lips. Thanks for the follows, guys. Woo. I feel like it has to run those equal highs up there, man. I just don't see how it doesn't run those equal highs up here at the 95. Uh, Down bad. How do you like trading on the is it the Robinhood app you said you're trading futures on? I want to say Fishless was short from the 90 up there down, so he may be already out of his position. And that was way earlier. I'm not sure if he's still short or not. Yeah, it takes a little bit for us to lose, to pull back to the 50 EMA here. Okay, so you're still holding a few contracts. As long as the market doesn't do anything crazy like it did the other night, like I said, I still feel like I have plenty of time to get out of this. So as long as it just kind of keeps doing this grinding thing where it's just barely moving, I feel like we can get out of it. We just got to be patient and wait. What's up, Bye? How are you doing tonight? Bye, Data Talker. How are you doing? Thank you guys for the likes and follows tonight. Let's see. You trade on the Legend desktop, so the margin is about 4-1 for the MES all around. Okay. Yeah, I don't guess I've ever heard the Legends. Or is that's the Legends prop firm, right? Or is that the trading platform, the Legend? What's up, hello future trader? How are you doing? Are you just starting your trading journey? Don't do what we do. Get trapped into trades. Nah, this does happen. Almost if you're trading, most people you're going to run into times where you just get trapped in trades. It's just part of it. It says the trading platform version of Robinhood is kind of like how you're using the Ninja Trader. Okay. Yeah, I don't guess I've ever seen it. Oh, excuse me. I don't see how we don't run these equal highs. We got equal highs sitting up there at 95. What's up, trades? How are you doing? Yeah, I remember when they started talking about that. Though, since no PDT. Is that what you mean? Where like you don't have to have the $25,000 to trade the PDT? What futures? Okay. I just want to be sure. I wasn't sure. Some of these abbreviations I don't really know right offhand. So a lot of times, like I'll either ask what the abbreviation is, or it's like, well, the only thing I can picture that being is whenever I know futures doesn't have that where you need to have $25,000 in an account to day trade or to take multiple trades. Where you used to have to put 25 grand with a broker to trade. We're about to have this is a new 15-minute candle. We have 15 more minutes to the top of the hour. Right now we're 170, 180 in the red on our eval. All right, we're going to add up here. Yeah, I let everybody know we're trading evals. I don't want nobody to thinking that I'm using cash or a funded account to trade. So I always make sure I repeat that over and over. So if you just show up here new, you're not thinking that we're in funded trades or, it's basically a paper eval sim account. So no real risk here. Usually I don't trade that stuff until a New York session. So most of the time during the Asia market, most time we're just looking to make like $100 to $200 on our evals to, make a little profit before the next trading day. So this valuation account, we're up about $1,200 as right now. And most of all that came from the New York session today. I want to say at least $400 or $500 of that came from today. Did I miss any gold trades? Let's see. Oh, yep. I missed a gold trade. It was right there. Did I? Let's see. No, that'd have been tough. How's everybody else's trading going tonight? Is most of you guys trading the Asia market? Do you guys just watch? Ray, did you decide to get long? Oh, nice. Good thing it's been. That's good, Michael. I'm glad you had a good night. You haven't taken any trades yet? I knew where I entered. I knew that was a very iffy trade because, like I said, I use a super trend on my trading view account, and where I entered was at that super trend because that's a hourly break super trend. So a lot of times you can see where your trend's at. And that level was at 43. That's why I was saying we had to break 43 to get short. And I thought we had a little bit more on the push down, but we did not get it. And so now we're kind of stuck in this short here. So nope, we don't want to update our camera. Dude, this thing's just straight to the moon. It says, I'll trade the Asian if the highs or lows are getting ran. Okay. Do those get ran quite a bit in the Asia market, or is that something that usually takes to the London session to happen? It may fill the 77 gap. Man, I don't know if I can get my whatchamacallit up there, my average. So right now we've been just trying to average back into this. Oh, you're talking about yeah, it just hit the 77. I was talking about my since my average is sitting right there at the 50 EMA. I don't know if we get back down there. Let's see here. So we're kind of stuck in between the. I was thinking maybe we would push up to the New York session highs by the end of the night. Like since we were kind of stuck in the middle of the New York PM trading session today. And I know a lot of times whenever we kind of stuck in the middle, we'll stay here most of the night until the Asia markets. Yeah, that where it consolidates during the Asia. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, usually I'm very hesitant on trading New York whenever there's like massive movements in the the London, not the London, but the Asia market, because it's almost like the markets flip. So it seems like then I hate when the New York's is in the consolidation, then all the Asia market gets the movement. This would be the first 21 pullback, so we'll probably get another bounce here. That would be your 21 EMA. Oh, yeah, there's nothing worse whenever I look at it and there's like 300 points of movement in the Asia/London. You're like, crap. It's probably going to be a crappy morning here in the New York session. It's like, man. So I hate it when it's like that. And the other way that I hate trading the New York session is whenever we have like big time news and you get those 100-point boner candles and it just jacks up the opening. And so it's like, it's almost like I don't even want to trade it when it's like that. Red light therapy when I wake up from a nap. What's up, Frandy? Frandison? Sorry if I'm saying that wrong, sir. Or ma'am. What's up, 1900 edit? Most of the stuff I'm making now is in my funded evals. So I have to get the $3,600 to at least take 1,000 out. So that's what we're working on right now. Over the last month or so, we've about $3,400 at least in one account, but we got multiple accounts that were up at least 700, 400. One's right at 1,000 somewhere in here. So we've had a pretty good January. I feel like we had a really nice January. So I'm hoping over the next 2 days, if we can hit that $130 mark, we should get to request $1,000 payout this week or Monday. Then I'll go back to my Apex and just kind of focus on Apex every morning for a little while. Yeah, I use prop firms, LC Capital. Yeah, I've only been doing this for 2 years, so I don't think I'd feel comfortable using my own money. So I just feel like if we used our own money, we'd probably lose it all. So I just feel like at least whenever I trade with prop firms, I know how much money I have on the line. I know I can lose the worst that can happen, I lose my eval, or the worst that happens is I lose my funded account. It does suck to lose them, but at least you know what you have on the line when you're using it. Where if I'm trading with, $3,000 or $4,000 and get stuck in a trade or whatever may happen, or go tilt and lose $1,000 in a day. I can imagine losing that in day trading. That'd be pretty wild. Either that or the money that hopefully eventually that we start making better money trading, that I can put the money from the eval or the funded accounts into a live account. That would be an idea later down the road, probably. Oh, come on. We just bounced off the 21 EMA. That's pretty normal. So it looks like that 9 EMA is trying to roll over. So let's see. We got about 2 minutes to the top of the hour. So, and it looks like we got this big, massive trend line moving up right here. Yeah, so like for instance, this eval that we're trading on right now, LC Capital, this is just a $19 valuation account. So right now, Apex and Bulinox are running 90 and percent off accounts, or 89%, but basically 90% off. They do have some other prop firms out there that the upfront cost is a little bit more, so you usually pay for the hold account up front. And I'm not really a fan of those unless you've been trading for a good while and you're good at passing evals. But if you're not good at passing evals, I don't really ever recommend spending $100 for an evaluation account, or even $50. I think you're better off spending, just waiting and getting those $15 to $30 evals, because more likely you're going to blow those evals as a new trader. Because, the more money you spend in the beginning on trading, the more frustrating you're going to get. And most of the time, that's what usually ends up getting the people to quit. So, and almost all of us go through the phase where like, man, do I really want to continue doing this crap? So, I'm not going to lie. Most of us will go through that at some point in our trading journey to, quitting, calling it quits. Like, okay, I've had enough. So that's why I always recommend spending as little as money as possible, because the less money you spend, the longer you'll keep doing this until you get comfortable doing it. So, no. Top of the hour candle. Man, this thing could just moonshot us. Let's see. Which prop firms do you recommend for the UK? I think that everybody's allowed to trade in the UK. Like I said, it really depends on where you're at in your trading journey, Ray. If you're fairly new to trading, I always recommend like Bulinox or Apex, because they're the cheapest at the moment. But I'm not saying like I like Elusive. I just started Elusive eval, but with Elusive eval, they're like $60 to $80 up front, but it's a all-in cost. The cheaper evals are probably cheaper on the front end, but they're more on the back end. But like I said, it really depends on your trading. If you're brand new, more than likely there's a very high percentage you're going to end up blowing your eval. I'd rather blow a $15 eval than I would a $60 to $80 eval. All right, we're going to, if we get that push up to 800, we will add into our position again. We got $1,000 that we're up in this account, so we got a little bit of drawdown that we can work with here. trying to make sure. All right, I was trying to get more of the charts in there for the guys that are on the vertical screen. What's up, man? How are you doing? I was hoping we would get a little bit more movement here at the top of the hour here. What's up, 12K Facts? How are you doing? How's your trading journey been going tonight? Most of you guys even trade in the Asia market? I only trade evals in the Asia market, so we do not trade funded. Most of our accounts are the 90% Bulanox or 90% Apex accounts. And I've only been trading the Asia market consistently probably since the 1st of December. So I haven't had a lot of experience with the Asia markets. Most of all of my trading experience comes from trading the New York session. I mainly do the Asia market to just help build my YouTube channel because it's so hard to find viewers during the New York session because it's fairly saturated during the New York session, the New York time zone. We've been stuck in this short for quite a while. Probably for an hour? We got down here. So we've been here for a minute here. We've been here for a minute. We're going to try to DCA out of this account. I think Methodical Man got off with, he was still in his position. I think he just left. It says, I'm out and switching sides. I'm short. Take profit at the 950 gap. I don't know if we go back down to the 950 candle. We may. I just don't know. I mean, we're getting ready to run these equal highs. We got equal highs sitting right there at the 95s. It would have been hard for me to short up here. To me, I'm just trying to get out of this area here. And we're getting ready to add again up here. I think it's going to take a minute for us to kind of get back down there. We'll have to see what happens with that 25K if we hit the 25,000 here. The next set of wicks is up there around the 25,005. Sorry if my screen looks a little bunched in, guys. DCEA and back in. Thank you guys for the shares, the likes, and the communications tonight, guys. Thanks for just sharing your ideas. We are in 9 at the moment. 9 at the moment, Hims. Tonight we are on a 50K account. So we were up. We started tonight up $1,200 on this account. And right now we're in the red 200. So even if I closed it now, we would still be up roughly $900. Yeah, we got room to try to get out of this. As long as we don't get one of those like other nights off where we sold off like what 200 points or go up 200 points off the rip, we should be fine. We had that insane sell-off. Which one? That white? No, what that box is, a lot of times I'm usually off the stream by now. So this is the start of the 4-hour candle. This is what we trade in the morning time. Because I like to know where the higher time frames are at in the morning. So this way we know our 4-hour lows and highs from the previous candles. And these are the hourly candles because we like to, so like this morning, we ran this 4-hour low. You can see it right here. So, and this way, if I know if we start going back up into that 4-hour candle, more likely we're going to be looking for longs. And that's what we did. We ended up taking this long this morning, pretty much almost this whole long up here past this next 4-hour candle. We didn't run this 4-hour candle from this time, but we did run the 4-hour candle from this one. So that's what I'm using these boxes for. So this is a 4-hour candle, and these are your hourly candles here, which makes your 4-hour candle. So this will be your 4-hour low, your new 4-hour low, and this will be your 4-hour high. And this way, I don't have to move around. I don't have to go back and look at higher time frames. So I know where all the higher time frames are at on the, wherever I'm trading. And, you can use that on any time frame. So it works out pretty good. It definitely get quite a bit of good entries doing it that way too, man. Because you can if you run most of the time in the morning, if you run the previous 4-hour low, like first thing in the morning, more than likely you're going back the other direction. So it usually gives me a good indicator of where we're going, and it's always a straight down one candle, one move. But if it gets down there and starts holding up under the 4-hour candle, you know that you could possibly short that 4-hour candle, because then what it'll do is it'll print, and a lot of times it'll retest that wick on the lower time frames. So this is really a really crappy time to be stuck in trades, guys. This is like between that 10 o'clock and midnight where the market gets so slow. And it could just be one of these nights that you just grind higher and higher. So we'll see what happens. We'll stick around for at least a little bit longer and see if we can work our way out. If I can't work myself out in the next, say, 30 to 40 minutes, we're just going to have to just call it. I don't know if I'll close the trade, and we may still try to get out of it and see if we get that pullback, but I don't want it to run up 100 points on me either. I'd rather just take my loss and just come back tomorrow. I know with trading the opening, I don't really have a certain. Now, if you're looking for a really easy strategy to trade at the opening, I do like the pullback into the 15-minute strategy in the morning. I feel like that's a very, very simple strategy. Didn't quite get there, but man, did it not pull back there. It didn't happen this morning, but I know the last few days it's been banging. Let's see. So basically what you want to do if in the morning, if you're looking for something to trade easy, so wait for your market to make a newer high and a newer low. Or it can just be a lower low or a higher low. And then what you're doing is you're looking for a pullback into your opening 15-minute candle from, and I trade off of the 9 o'clock candle from 9 to 9:15. So this would have been your setup here. You pull fib, here's your high, here's your low, here's your pullback into the 15-minute candle. 50% of that move got pulled back into that candle, and you would take a short out of this area here. So, and you would use this candle as kind of like as your stop loss. So if you're taking the entry around the 50%, if you get the 50% pullback, a lot of times you don't get that. A lot of times you just get like a touch of the 15-minute candle. If you're getting the touch, you would want to use that 50% as your stop loss. If you're trading the 50%, you want to use the top of the 15-minute candle as your stop loss. And this was yesterday's trade. So that one would have been a short. I want to say Solo took that one because I remember him posting that in the Discord. Let's see. This would have been the 15th. So was this? Oh, let me move some of this stuff out of the way. Let me take this off so you can see it. It's easier to see. So this one happened here. Here's your high. Here's your new low. And here's your pullback into the 15-minute candle. You've gotten 3 nice setups so far this week. Or no, 2. 2 nice setups this week. Today wasn't so great. Today did not look clean at all. But the last Monday, Tuesdays were nice clean days. And they've paid at least 100 points on each one. It's just I missed it this day because I got long here. So when we had this big wick on the 5-minute candle, I took the long. So, yeah, I use the 9 a.m. to 9:15 minute candle. Almost every day we get like a pushback into that candle, especially in the early morning sessions. But that's what I try to look for in the mornings. But then another favorite thing that I like to do, like let's just say if we push out the bottom of the 15 minutes and we run one of those higher time frames, I'd like to look for the long as it's coming back through the 15 minutes. Kind of what we did today. Oh, dude, David, I got a horrible short tonight, man. I can show you where I took my short. I knew it was a horrible short when I was taking it, man. I was just thinking that we would get to the 25. So I took my short literally at the bottom of this super trend indicator that we use because I don't even know why I did it because most of the time this area holds up, but I thought, well, maybe we will run these lows or something, but man, we did not. I literally bought the bottom today, David. So, and we just been DCAing back into it. It's all good. I think we're going to survive it. We're going to get that 50 pushed back in a minute. Hopefully you're not in too heavy. And hopefully it's just a eval. Is it real money, or is it a funded account? So you're okay. You're in 6 micros. Okay. Is it a funded account or an eval? I'm on an eval, David. Combine. Okay. You're good. You're good. That's what I'm trading myself. We're trading evals. I was telling most people here that I don't trade fundeds in the Asia market. I just do evals only. And most of the time they're the 90% off evals. Dude, I took some banger entries off of the Rico candles today, guys. The Rico candles were just on fire today. It's insane. It makes it so easy to trade off Rico candles. I don't know if any of you guys ever used Rico candles. I have used them in the past, but lately it's just been insane. Like, it's just been knocking the Rico candles out of the water. Come on here. Let me take some of this stuff off here. Yeah, so it don't get any easier this than on Rico candles. I'm not sure if you can see that or not. But basically what we're doing is we're using the 9 and 21. And so we kind of wait for a trend to kind of happen. And as soon as we get that little pullback there, you talking about the ones with the indicator on it? Yeah, it is a Trade Savers indicator. It's his setup. I don't know if any of you guys ever use Sage. He has a Discord where he offers free indicator. It's his indicator. He uses it with a bot, but I don't do it with the bot. This is what my actual indicator chart looks like. I usually don't show anybody what my charts look like. I usually just kind of keep it to myself. I did just recently put it in the Discord. So basically what it is, you're just waiting for a colored candle here. So you see how you get this little nice wick back into the 21. And you don't even really need the color. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It can be whatever. Just wait for the pullback. And as long as everything's, in the uppity up, you can easily see the trend going here. And whenever you get your little blue candle, you enter. It takes 3 candles to make 10 points. And that's usually what I do, is I hit the 10 points and look for the runners. I have that indicator in there, Hims. It's the very first indicator in the Discord on the Rico setups. Explain the Rico candles. It's just something that you can change up here under candles. I don't know if you can see that. You may have to download them. Sometimes you have to download Rico candles, and my Rico settings is 16 or 64.8. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were already in the Discord there. Let me see if I can. I thought my Discord was open. I thought it opened automatically. Let me see if I can find it. Man, where the hell is the tab at? Why can't I? Oh, there it is. I was like, man, why can't I see the tab? See pace. Let me add here. I'm going to add to my position on this. All right. Yeah, I put everything under the Rico there and the settings. I have the settings and everything to that David in the Discord if you want to look at it. If you're using Ninja, I posted all the indicators in there also. Just go to the Discord and look up Nico Rico Ninja Trader Setup. Here's the indicators that you would have to download to your Ninja charts. This is the Rico candle size. You would also, I also use the 9, 21, and 50 EMAs along with a 21 cloud. And then I just kind of point out how I enter. Then if you go to Trade Saver, it's his indicator. And so he sells like a bot with it, but he also goes over the strategy if you want more information on it. Oh yeah, I don't sit here and take credit for somebody else's stuff. I just know if you're looking for more information, that the Trade Saver is the one who I got it from. I got it out of his Discord. I'm just part of his Discord, and like I said, I can't remember the name of the bot that he sells with it. He uses a bot with that setup, but I find it helpful just to take it manually. So I just use it manually. I don't use a bot. So, but if you're interested in that kind of stuff, I guess he does sell that or leases it. I'm not sure. I didn't really look into all the details about it. Well, here's those equal highs that we just got ran. So we had equal highs sitting up there at 95 here. Dude, if I can get like a 25 EMA pullback here, we'd be golden. We just need to have this 21 pullback on the Rico candles and we'll be out of this thing. Dude, did anybody get trapped in the Black Swan event from, was it Monday or Tuesday night when we sold down like 200 points? I got caught in that trade, dude. You know, I've been caught in some trades, but man, whenever you sell down 200 points, there's no way of getting out of that. There was like no pullbacks, no grinding higher, no grinding lower. It was just straight dumps. Shorts are the worst to get trapped in. It was horrible. It says I went back to my dude. Trust me, I hate that I'm in this short, and I'm just trying to work my way out of it, Candle. So hopefully, I just hate the time that we're in, dude. This is the worst time to be in entries because man, this is where we just chop the most between that 10 o'clock to midnight. We can just get this one little pullback. That's all. Retest the 75. We've already hit the 21. We've already hit the 9. This is where we need to see a 50 EMA pullback. May have to hit that as 25,000 first. I think if you look to the left, we do have some wicks sitting there. So we might be able to bounce off the wicks at 20,500 or 25,005. So got some big wicks there. Thank you guys for the likes and follows tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out. We still got $700 in profit from today, so who was it that was David? Was that you that was in the okay, yeah, that was you that was in the trade from 477. Did you take your loss or are you still holding? What's up, Burn? We are trading MNQ. We got ourselves into a short, I want to say an hour and a half ago. And right now we've been trying to DCA out of this thing. We've just been kind of sitting here chilling, watching it grind higher and higher. Yeah, MNQ, so NASDAQ. It would be NASDAQ micros. We were at my bull bear line at the 43s, and I knew if we lost that, we would be selling down to, and I was looking just for a 10-point trade down to 25, and literally I bought the bottom. I use a super trend indicator, and I knew that level was there. I was just thinking that we would have a deeper pullback. So if you, this is what we use on TradingView. So I use a super trend indicator along with the markouts of the previous sessions. And you know, like we had this push up to 95, and I thought we would get that push back down to like to maybe retest the 25s or even retest the whole numbers. But man, I literally, like I said, we literally bought the bottom on this trade here. Nice on your trade, Candle. Yeah, we're on micros. I had an opportunity to get out of this trade early when it pushed back to that 52, but I didn't take it because I had my average up to 52. We touched the 52 and it says, put that take profit back, sir. We're just trying to escape this trade here right now, going. So if we can just escape this trade and we'll still have our runner. No, it's not silver. Silver would be, no, this is not silver. This is the MNQ saw. It's the micros on the NQ. We do still have a runner way down there going fishing. If we get tagged out of, I'm just trying to just overall get tagged out of my position, but we do have a short way down there. But if what is it? I guess it depends what happens with this 25,000 level. I just know that we could, excuse me, we could easily pull back to the 75 here without hitting that 71. Like I said, we've been in this trade since, I want to say here, since this candle here. What is that? Right before 9 o'clock. So, or yeah, so it's 9 o'clock. So it's 10:30 now. So for an hour and a half, we've been in this position. And this is pretty normal, not to be stuck in a position, but I'm saying as far as the slow movement and the grind in the Asia market. And see, we could just be stuck on top of all these wicks and bodies here between what the 90s and the 70s for a while. Did you add to your position, David, or are you still, is your entry still at the 70, or your take profit still at the 70? Oh yeah, we've been riding it out, man. We've been riding it out. This is a lot more candles than what I'm really used to using. I'm not gonna lie. Now, I would never do this with a funded account. My funded account, I would just take the loss. Oh, you did not add, so your break even is still sitting at the 71. Okay. Yep, we're still in short here. Looking for, we got our average. We started out at 43. We worked our average all the way up to 71. Good thing I have nowhere to be tomorrow, so don't have to get any sleep or anything tonight. or go to bed anytime decent hour. Most of the time, I usually go to bed around this time of the night. Then we're kind of back up at between like 4 o'clock or so in the morning. Because most of the time, we usually only stay on here for like 2 hours. Thank you guys for the likes and follows tonight. Much appreciated. Oh, David, who did you say you were trading your combine with? Top Step. Okay. How much does their combines cost? Are they usually between like $20 and $50? Thank you, Hims. You heading to bed? Dude, I think it's been like 2 years since the last time I've used Top Step. I used to want to use Top Step when I first started trading. When I first started trading, Top Step still had like where you had to have like what? I want to say you had to pass like 2 accounts. So you would pass the eval, then you would have to pass another eval, then on the third one you would get the funded. See, we could get stuck here at the 75 here, so that's kind of the area I'm wondering, because we got a lot of resistance here right there where my entry's at. Trying to bring up my average a little bit more. So we could get stuck here at the 75. Need to really get this 50 EM or this that 75 is kind of like a little wall, because I like to trade between whole numbers a lot of times, and usually the 75 is what I'm looking for if I'm trading between, say, the whole number of the whole, like 25,000 or whatever whole number you're trading. I would try to short the 90 into the 75 because I know the 75 is probably going to bounce. And I could exit this trade now, pretty much break even. We would be down. We would finish actually in the green, $8. Ooh, it's very tempting to close this. All right, move my averaged up. Nice. All right, we escaped. 950, here we come. All right. We're shooting for the 950s with you, man. All right. David just hit break even. His entry was, he shorted at 71. The worst, David, that happens, it happened to me earlier. I hit that break even when we pulled back to 52. I had my average at 52 and I didn't take it. That is always the worst. You're like, man, should I just take break even, get out of this trade, look for another entry, or should I just stay in it? And I stayed in it, and I had to sit through this thing for like 2 more hours to get out. So we still have a runner in this, but nothing too big now. So just wait that out. That pushed us over the $200 on the eval for the night. So it took a long time, but finally got there. We got there. Oof. This is future contracts. We are trading MNQ. And this is a eval. So we're trading a Bulinox eval. We usually only trade evals in the Asia markets. And most of I usually rotate through my fundeds during the New York session. And I usually trade anywhere between 2 to 5 different funded accounts most days. So those are what we're trading most days. And I think we have 3 evaluations. I have 2 evaluations with Bulinox because I picked up another 90% off because they're 90% off. And well, they're evaluations accounts before you get to funded. So like, for instance, right now I am mostly been trading this Bulinox funded. You can see how it's sitting at $53,470. So I'm $130 away from $1,000 payout with Bewley. So that's kind of what we've been grinding the last week or two. So we're so close to the payout margin that it kind of gets in the back of your head. I'm not going to lie. It really messes with you. Usually I don't have no issues with my fundeds or thinking about if we take a loss, we take a loss. But for some reason, man, when these things get close to payout, the psych just really messes with you. So cause you're just telling yourself, oh man, I just need $130. We'll get $1,000, but it really messes with you. I hate it that it does that. And I try not to think about it. Because I also trade the opening. This is the count that I trade the opening. I want to say we're on like almost a 3-week win streak trading the opening. That I swear last week was just brutal. And I knew it was going to be because it was non-farm payroll and CPI numbers or something last week or PPI numbers. It was one of those like big trading sessions. And dude, the openings have been horrible lately. And it's all the whipping. It's just been whipping the crap out of us. In the mornings, I don't really use too many indicators. I usually just use mainly higher time zones or higher time frames to trade. So this little box that you see right here, this is the beginning of a level that I will use in the morning. But see, most of the time I'm not trading this late in the evening. So this is usually what my charts look like in the morning. Let me kind of spread them out for you so it doesn't look all bunchy here. So basically what it is, we're looking at higher time frames here, and we try to wait for a higher low get run on the 4-hour candle. So this morning we ran a 4-hour candle. That's this candle here. We didn't run the low of this 4-hour candle, so we pretty much got stuck at the previous day close and the opening down here. So once this happened, I start looking for a long back above my 15-minute candle. But this setup happens multiple ways. It's almost like it's not the same every day for anybody that trades the opening. It's always different. You could have got in this trade earlier because it was whipping. This right here is where it would have just ate your lunch if you got in too early. We were a little bit patient, and fortunate enough for us, we waited for We just happened to get on the third candle. But if you wanted to wait for the cleaner entry, you should have waited for this 5-minute candle to print, pull fib on this, and as long as the 20 to 30% holds on that candle, you just go long. And plus, this one closed right above the previous day high. Usually you can see that a little bit better in the morning. I don't know why it bunches up the words like that, but it does. So this was probably one of my bigger trades today that we took. We did try to short this morning on a breakout, but I want to say we just got our 10, 20 points and then we got whipped out. So we shorted the breakout of the 800s because that was at the London low. So we were running the London low. Then I was just looking for, say, 20 to 30 points. I was trying to get down to the opening down there, but I got wicked out before we got down there. So we only took, I think, $90 on that trade. And that is the one that we're close to pay out. Whew. Yeah, it's just my name, Michael, with Bulanox and Apex. It's just Husk. I don't really advertise on TikTok because I'm not, ever since they changed owners, I'm not sure what they banned people for. Because a couple weeks ago, I got my live taken away from TikTok. So that's why I wasn't streaming on TikTok for a while, because my live access was denied. And I don't know what I did wrong because they didn't tell me what I did wrong. So I don't know if it was a glitch, because I guess a lot of people were having issues a few weeks back. So that's why I'm usually very careful about what I put on TikTok now. So I just mainly just focus on just streaming. Like, they still have that elusive on there, but I don't really like advertise anything. And I may advertise it, but most of the time I try not to even, a lot of times I don't even forget about it unless someone asks me about it. Come on, 50. So we're looking for the 50 push here, guys. And that 90% off, Michael, is with Apex and Bulanox. So with Bulanox, I trade on Ninja Trader. So this is what I'm using right here. Is and with Apex, I have the accounts with Tradeovate, and I have my accounts linked to Ninja because Tradeovate and Ninja are the same company. So I want to say Ninja Trader is their main company, and they own Tradeovate. So you can link your accounts. So basically what you can do is you can have one Ninja account, which is a Ripnik account. Then every other, say, whatever you're using, you can even use a cash account, you know. I've been looking for gold trades, but I've been missing them. So I got an elusive account that I wanted to trade gold because we just started using, we got an elusive eval, but we haven't been trading that much. But maybe tomorrow we'll find some entries with it. I want to say the way that I was trying to trade gold was off of the wicks. So basically, this is something that Methodical Man was showing me. So for instant, and it's a negative RR, unfortunately, but I don't think I've ever seen them lose on it. I think it wins like every single one. It's insane. So this would be your swing here. Let's see. This would be your low swing here. So that would have been your entry there at what? 88. you would have had what, 2 or 3 points in drawdown, and you're looking for 5 points, and shoot, we're already up 10 or 50 ticks. You're looking for 50 ticks. Here's another one. So here's another swing. Candle, low, candle. So your entry would have been here. So you would have sit through a little bit of drawdown, what, 4 or 5 points, and you would have been shooting for 50 ticks. 50, what, it went up 8 points. There's 2 winners. Did we hit the 50? Oh, no, we didn't. We're at 72. Then if you were ballsy when we open, look, swing, low, 3 candle swing. Your entry would have been right there. Whoa, it hit right on the, it literally no drawdown on that one. It just hit, then just slingshot back up. But I'm not sure if you can get that one or not. But like I said, the only thing about that strategy is the negative RR. But I think Methodical Man took this trade every day last week, and it was 100%. I don't think he said he didn't take one loss trading. Now, if it's just moving up, so usually this works best if you're just kind of, pushing up, pulling back, pushing up, pulling back. So where it's like you have this like back and forth price action like this. So let's see. No. See, that one's kind of iffy. It looks like equal highs. It looks like they didn't really make a high there. So this would have been one because it's a 3 candle setup. So 1 candle, your short, 3rd candle. So your entry would have been right here where this thing wigged down, tagged you in, no drawdown. Even though usually we only take them between like 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock though. So I don't usually take the ones in the daytime. And I've only done it 1 or 2 days this week because I keep missing them or I don't pay attention to them. And I'll be stuck over here on the NASDAQ, not paying attention. For anybody that's looking for a way to trade gold, yeah, a lot will happen during that time. Dude, David or Candle, I hate that we made a swing here. So let's see what happens here. Let's pull fib on this and see if we get that 50% pullback. So if you're going to stay in short, you really want to see what, 82 hold up here. Because most of the time you get a 50% pullback in the nighttime. And we still have our runner here. We're still looking for that 50. Yeah, last night was a lot cleaner trading, David. We didn't get stuck in no drawdown last night. Everything went where it was supposed to went. Invalid. I'm really not a big fan of trading overnight. I've shared this multiple times. I only do this session mostly just because I've been trying to build my streaming channel. It's hard to build your streaming channel during the New York session because there's the market is pretty oversaturated in the morning. So this is really the only time that I can really build my YouTube channel is the overnight session. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of trading the Asia. I've just have been doing it the last few months consistently. So like I said, if you're short, you do not want us to lose this area here, guys. But I still struggle. This is why I only trade evals in this time. Oh, that's not a good sign. No, this is my leftover runner from all those contracts I had on it earlier. So what am I in this for? 40 bucks. And I will take the stop loss here. I'm not gonna keep going with this. What's up, Tony? We've already been in this trade for almost 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, you can see this swing right here, man. It's like, look, lower low, you know, it just barely breaks it, and you get that small little body here. Maybe the 60% holds. We'll have to just see what happens. I know a lot of times whenever we get these pullbacks and we start getting over 50% of that move, I start getting a little nervous. Right now, that was your 60%. You really don't want to get any more than 60. So you want to see if your golden pocket holds up. For 2 years consistently. For the first 6 months that I started trading, I would do it like 1 day a week, and it took me a while to kind of get most of my stuff where I could be able to trade more. So. And, you know, for most people, it takes forever to get comfortable with trading. You'll spend 2 or 3 years before you're comfortable with trading for most people. At least that's how long I feel like it took me. Like, I want to say, I've always looked at it in phases. So it's kind of like you would, if you started off with that sim account, you were like, oh, I'm finally a sim account millionaire. And then you, jump up to the evals. You know, you finally get to the point where you can pass evals all the time. And so then you're comfortable passing evals. Like, you know, you don't care about the losses. You don't care what happens. And it says, what is your niche that you're good in? You mean what strategy do I like to trade? Is that what you mean by niche? Niche? My favorite thing to trade is the opening. I like trading off the, basically at the opening. Yeah, opening. That first probably 30 minutes is usually where I take most of all my funded trades. I'll trade like 3 or 4 accounts in that first like 30 minutes some days. Oh, it doesn't look too good here, guys, that we just broke over that. I know trading the opening, it's never the same. Some mornings are a little bit sloppier than others. So this morning, basically what we did is we waited. I know I've explained this a lot, guys, but these boxes that we trade off of are the higher time frames. So pretty much I'm waiting to see one of the higher time frames get ran. So like the 1 hour or the 4 hour candle. So like this morning we ran the 4 hour candle. And once we start pushing back above, I also take most of my entries off of the 15-minute candle. And that's the 9 o'clock to 9:15-minute candle. You can wait to be if you want to be safer, you would wait for a nice bullish candle with a nice print of the 5 minutes, because I trade off the 5-minute charts. So like this morning, I got long around the 60s, and I can't remember how many points we took out of this morning, but this is the entry I entered on this, because once we ran these 4 hour candles, we were pretty much going to look for longs. I'm trading on micros, so these are what, 50 cents a tick or $2 a point. For a more cleaner setup, if you got patience to wait, this is what I would recommend trading if you got patience. If you want something that's straight mechanical, like you don't want to be jumping in those breakout trades, I would go to this. This is what I like to look for in the mornings. So basically, I look for the previous highs and lows to get ran. So look, your 4-hour candle got ran here. Your 4-hour candle got ran here. And then we look for a pullback into the opening 15-minute candle from 9 o'clock to 9:15. And you can pull fib on this whole leg here. And more likely you pull back to the 50, somewhere between that 50 and 60%, depending on where it lies. And this one here got to about the 50% of that 15-minute candle. So that would have been your entry, somewhere between this blue line and this bottom. I like to take it at the bottom of the candle. So a lot of times if I see it push up in here like this, I like to have my entry down here at the bottom of the 15-minute candle as it comes back through. We've only got this set up twice this week, though. Did we get the setup? Let's see. I can't remember if we got it this day. Yep, we got it here too. That's right. It was the same, almost the same, identical. The only difference that it didn't happen is we didn't run the 4-hour candle. That was probably the only thing that didn't happen. So this is where you would go back to the previous hour. So you see this 1 hour here, candle here. So we did at least push. We did break the previous hourly candle. So your wick would be you would go right there. So here's your 50 to 60% pullback back into that 9 o'clock candle. The reason why I stayed away from this one that day is because if it's over 40 points, I'm not a big fan of it, because this candle was, I want to say, what, 80? Almost a 80-point candle. So we had a massive 15-minute candle that day for the opening. So that one would have been very iffy if I'd have messed with that one. But I didn't take that one because we got long off of this wick when we pushed below the 700s. I ended up getting long at 710 that day. So that's the only thing about the opening, man. That thing is different almost every day. You're never going to have like the same stuff. You mainly trade the evening markets, Tony? Oh, you're talking to Tony. I do either the 25Ks or the 50Ks on the Michael, because the higher ones are just way too expensive to pay for. Yeah, anything over 50K is they charge way too much. If you're going to use those higher ones, I would go to a different prop firm, David. Probably Apex if you're looking for the cheaper, like larger accounts. But Bulanox, I don't recommend the higher ones. Now, Bulanox does cost more on the back end, Michael, but they don't really have any rules. The only rules that you really got to stick to is the consistency rule. As long as you don't make more than 40% on your funded accounts, you're good. But you can make all you want on evals, but with funded accounts, I want to say with a 50K, I think it's either $1,200 or $1,300 you can make in a day. But I don't think I've ever made that much on my funded, so it doesn't bother me. Is it too hard to figure out the charts? What are you trading on now? If you're new to charts, so do they have an activation fee once you pass? Yes. If you're good at passing evals, I would probably use like Lucive or take profit trader if you're good at passing evals. But if you're not good at passing evals and you know for sure that, hey man, I'm more likely going to go tilt on my account, I would rather spend less money up front and more on the back end. Yeah, I want to say Top Step is $50 up front, but do they charge an activation fee, David? Like I said, I haven't even looked at a Top Step account in probably 2 years. Okay, so David says that Top Steps doesn't have a activation fee. Yeah, if you're good at passing those type of accounts, Michael, I would just stick with those. I like Lucive. That's what I've been working on too myself. Okay. So Top Step, you do have to pay $138 after you pass. Okay. So basically, you're going to be all in for what 183 on Top Step, where Elusive, you can just pay what 75 all up front. Bulinox is probably about the same price as Top Step, but you just don't pay up. It's cheaper up front, so that's probably about the difference between those two. Apex is probably cheaper also overall, but they got a little bit more expensive rules that you have to provide by. And usually with that one, that Apex gets me on that 30 to 40% drawdown rule that they have. And you're not allowed to use all your contracts. So it says you can buy the 90. Okay, so they do have one top. See, I haven't never really looked at the Top Step accounts. Tyler says that Top Step has one that's $90 with no activation fee. Dude, it has been forever. So whenever I looked at Top Step, they were kind of expensive for me since I was a new trader. There was just no way that I could spend that much money back in the day. But like I said, this has been 2 years ago, though. This has been quite a few years. Then I think the next thing that would have probably turned me away from them would probably be, but I don't know, Tyler, did they get away from, what is that prop firm? Not prop firm, the charts they were using, Project X. Project X. Do they still allow you to only trade on Project X, or are you allowed to venture out to others now? And see, I hardly ever will use any prop firm that I can't trade Ninja Trader on. So if they don't offer Ninja Trader or Trade-Evate, I don't usually use them. Okay, so they only, yeah. See, there was really no way for me to ever go get Top Step because I don't want to be trading on multiple charts. Anybody knows that once you get used to trading on charts, it's so hard to walk away from those charts. And I've been trading on Ninja Trader for the last couple years, so it would be really tough for me to go trade somewhere else. Like there's some guys that'll some guys even trade off their phone. I guess they do good doing that. There's also, what were you saying? Gold just popped over 5K again. Man, maybe we'll get another squeeze with the crazy silver and gold coming up. Dude, I feel like, man, people got the rug pulled on them on gold, silver. Yeah, dude, we got out of our entry fish lips. We DCA'd all the way back into that entry. Remember my original entry was at 43? We're at 183. So I was glad that once those 25,000s held, I was like, okay, we're getting out of this. We're getting that 70 pullback. DCA, we had our average all the way up at 975, and I was only looking for like 4 or 5 points because I was in that damn thing like 18 or 16 or 17 micros fish lips. Yeah, I'm still looking. I still got my runner here. We're looking for 952. Oh, so you trade on your phone? Okay. Yeah, I hear some people talk about trading on their phone. I've never have tried that in my life, but I guess whatever works for people, that's I'm not saying I couldn't have it wouldn't work. I've just never tried it. Okay, you want to short gold tomorrow? Is that what you're trading pretty much all day is just gold? You just do gold futures? I have been messing with this one gold setup that we talked about a little bit while ago, but I don't like it to buy it the only way I can. Okay, so you're doing it at work. I got you. That makes plenty of sense if you're doing it at work. That would be actually kind of tough to do, especially on those really whipsawy days where the market's just going crazy. You keep scalping every pop on the way up. My last contract up 4, not 15. Nice. What time is it, man? It's already 11:15. I don't know. Like I said, until, some of these guys, I guess David said he does it at work on his phone. So. You're up 1K on all the small range sessions. Now, is that tonight or is that you're talking about today? Like from today and tonight, you're up 1K fish lips. Tonight and dude, the whole number strategy has been destroying it lately because you've had what 3,000 and you have either what 3,000 in payouts for January, February. Whew, 4,900 for Jan. Oh, say shoot, man, it's almost $7,000 for the last 2 months. Dude, you've been destroying it. Yeah, I know you've been posting quite a bit of all your entries and stuff in the Discord and like all your little payout stuff, man. But man, that's freaking awesome. Now you guys see why I be trading in between the whole numbers. Fish lips like I'm long. I was like, shoot, let me jump in there and get a little 10-point banger between the 25 and the 50. If you guys ever notice that, I do take almost all my entries in between whole numbers. I never trade into a whole number. I never trade up into the 90. I never trade up into the 5 or a 100 whole number. I will never take a entry into the 75 or the 50. So I always wait for it to hit it once, pull back, then enter. If you want to stay safe, do not take trades into those whole numbers. Those whole numbers will get you every single time. A lot of times what I like to do is I like to hit the 70. It's like, let's just say you're taking trades up to the top part. It's like, say, to 25,000. I would like to see it hit the 75 or the 50, pull back into the, say, the low 25s or area, then look for a long going back over 30. A lot of times that's what we do throughout the day sometimes when we're scalping our evals. And it's like, dude, it's like it just works nonstop. And I've been putting that with the Rico candles. Shoot, it's like nonstop winners today on the Rico candles, fish lips. So, like for instance here, let me see. Sorry, I was looking for a chart. Sorry about the screen. Take most of these off. I don't think. So this is how I'll use the Rico candles with whole numbers. So I don't have my indicators on here, but it just kind of gives you an example. Let's see, actually. So this candle right here, you can see it pushed up to the 25. See that? And so there's the 25 hit. And here's the retest of the between 9 to 900. So this would have been a long all day long. So 25 hit, pull back to your whole number in the 900s. I would have been long above 25. And I'm pretty sure we didn't take that one because I was at 230 today. Let's see here. Like here's another one. See this right here? This is the bottom. It hit the 50. So look, 50 on the dot. So pull back. What? Pull back to the 75. I would have been short below 50 for the sell-off. So that's how I'll be using the Rico candles a lot, along with the breakout candles. So this third candle, what did we hit? The 50. Pull back to the 25. Back above 50, we're long. And actually, I think we did take this one this morning because we took quite a few of these this morning. This is how I've been using the whole numbers to take entries. A lot of times I won't take them on the whole numbers, but I will. I like to see the retest. So I think we're going to stop that on for running. Those are those are Rico candles. Another guy named Durant. I don't usually ever trade my Rico candles on the stream. I just let people know what I'm doing off to the side because a lot of times my Rico candles are mirrored. And so what it does, it'll just copy trade them onto my charts. I'm using the 6416 fish lips. There's a guy there named what he does the Ricos. Okay. Yeah, see, I've never streamed the Rico candles, so you will never see me. I just show what I'm doing. I don't ever have them over here taking the entries on the stream. So the only candles that I usually have over here is the 5-minute candles. Remember, Fish Lips? It's that one guy that I put in the lobby. Remember, it's his indicator, his setup. It's not my set. It's nothing I came up with. It's another Trade Saber. I think is his name. Traber. I would have to look at it. It's something Saber. I think that's it. Saber Trades. He's on YouTube. You can look him up. He's got plenty of videos on YouTube, and he's got multiple videos on that setup. He sells it with a bot though. If you're, yeah, Saber. That's it, Saber. Yeah, he likes to do the automation stuff. Yeah. To me, I don't need an automation. Heck, I can hit my button fast enough to get in the trades unless there's some kind of lag. But I mean, the same thing that I'm doing over here on the Ricos, you can even do those on like the 1 minute, the 2 minute, or any time frame, because all you're doing is just looking for a pullback to the whole numbers and trade in between whole numbers. So I just like doing it on Rico candles because that's just where I started doing that with, and it makes it look really clean. So you don't have all the wicks and the bodies. It just makes it look cleaner. That's the only reason why I like doing it on the Rico candles. It takes away all that noise with the candles. Well, right now, I don't know the total. But so far this year, we have not taken any money personally out of the prop firms this year. We're $130 away from requesting a $1,000 payout. So hopefully we'll hit that in the next few days. But my account with the largest buffer on it right now is at 53,400. So, and I have a few others that are up. Let's see. 400. No, that's an eval. That one's almost at 1,000. 500. So we're still a good ways from the other accounts. Yeah, those are all my live accounts. So my closest live account's $130 away from the $1,000 buffer payout, because I'm using Bulanox. So you have to make $3,600 to get to a payout with their 50Ks. So it's been definitely a grind. But I usually don't come on YouTube and do a lot of like teaching during the day. I just share what I do, what I trade. I've tried to stay away from the whole teaching stuff on YouTube. I know a lot of people do that online. Almost everything's free online. I know some people do charge for it, but I will never, I guess, ask for money as far as, that stuff goes. I just share what I do during my trading journey. What? I'm surprised I didn't get stopped out there. Yeah, I usually just share what I'm looking for in the morning. So usually whenever the market opens, well, it is no, well, I guess you can say it's teaching, but I just look at it as sharing. I'm not, I usually tell people I'm not like trying to teach them how to trade. I guess I'm just sharing what I do. Like I would never like try to like teach people how to do setups. I don't know if I phrased that right. Or be like what they guess you call like mentors or stuff like that. I know most people in the lobby during the day, everybody's trading a little bit more different. And I always like it when people share what they do because I feel like you never know. There could always be somebody in the lobby that information or that strategy may work well for yourself. So like Fish Lips David in my YouTube lobby, he likes trading whole numbers, and that's where I started using whole numbers a lot based off of what he's doing. He likes to trade whole numbers like basically like in discount and premium. So, you short and discount and long, or wait, yeah, long and discount and short and premium, vice versa. And most of all, like use the fib and stuff. And I know we also have a lot of the communities out there that do those. What do you want to call it? Signal lobbies that they have in Discords. I know there's quite a few of those. Woo! Fish says we may actually get that 51 guy. Come on. Dude, I swear I thought that last candle was going to get us. We should be in good shape here if we break this swing. I'm actually choose the 55 instead of the 51. Fish Lips, what's the weather out there in Arizona? I know it's been pretty hot here where I'm at. I can imagine it's probably pretty toasty, man. It was like 70 degrees here today. Ooh, cold. I like rainy days, but not in the winter. 70s and 80s, nice. David, how long have you been trading Top Step? Is that the only prop firm that you've been using for a good while? Is the Top Step? Okay. I've always used to want to use Top Step back in the day. I think I've used them once or twice, but this is what, like over 2 years ago. I want to say it's when they first started. It says, I have tried Apex, but never could figure it out with them trading. What do you mean by like figuring it out? Like the charts, the trade on? Their easiest charts to trade with would probably be Trade of 8. Trade of 8 would be their easiest. Trade of 8. And they're pretty easy charts to trade on. That's the ones that I would recommend anybody that's new to trading. I would always recommend Trade of 8 charts. Oh, they pretty much, okay. Yeah, see, I don't think I've watched Top Step TV in a good while either. I remember when they first started that TV channel. All right, here's the Trade of 8 charts. So I've only ever used what do you want to call it? Apex on 2 different places, and that would be Trade of 8 and Ninja Trader. But their stuff is pretty simple on here. They just got these big sell buy buttons, and this is where you maneuver through all of your like 5 minutes, your candles, indicators, and this little plus button up here is where you pick what you're trading. So if you click on it, then you just type in what you're looking for. So this would be what the ES charts. Then you can have multiple, I guess. Ninja is a little bit more difficult to set up, but Trade of 8 is probably by far the simplest charts to set up to me. I always recommend that to anybody that's a beginner, is to use their Trade of 8 charts. Because all you have to do is just sign in with the username password that they give you. Ninja's a little bit more. You have to set up a Ripnik account. And with that one, you would have to do a import key. You would have to set up RTrader Pro. Then you would also have to configure under connections. So that's where you would have to go here and configure your stuff. Then another thing that you have to make sure you have, if you do this, which I didn't mark out one day, you go to tools, options, and you got to make sure that this multi-provider is selected. What's up, lady? Sorry I missed your message there. Sorry, Lance. I'm sorry I missed your message. No, I really don't have a favorite prop firm. I just make sure I stick to prop firms that have been around for a little bit, because I was also one of those people who got burned on Fast Track last year. I'm kind of glad I didn't get the money they owed me, because they asked for it back. I don't know if any of you guys know that. So for any of those people that got payout with Fast Track last year, they're sending all those people letters and asking for their money back. So I know of multiple people that got letters. They're asking for $18,000 to probably $30,000 to $40,000 back. So it's almost like it was probably a blessing that I didn't get my, few $1,000s they owed me. Luckily, luckily I didn't get any of the money, so I just got stiffed from my money. So luckily, I guess it's a blessing because they're not asking for it back. But there's multiple traders out there or streamers that were advertising those people, and they're getting railroaded right now. And I want to say right now they were calling it a Ponzi scheme. Right now, I think if you go to that one lady's, I think they're trying to get it overturned. But so ever since that happened, I only use prop firms that I know have been around a while. So that's why I mainly just stick with Apex and Bulanox. And I've recently started a Elusive account. So Elusive seems like a stand-up company. I'm not sure how long they've been in business for, but I see multiple people online talking about, they usually get their payouts and stuff with them. And Take Profit Trader is a good one. Take Profit Trader usually pays. I just wanted to make sure they've just been around for a few years, and they do mostly, every prop firm you don't hear complaints about. I don't think there's not any prop firm that's probably not been in the trader news world for something. So oh, come on. I really thought when we lost that 75, we were going to get the push there, fish lips. But usually for new traders, I always just recommend Apex or Bulanox because they're the most cheapest ones up front. And if you're good at passing, but if you've been trading for a little bit, maybe you want to try prop firms and you have your strategy down and it works. And I want to break even for the day. That's not too bad on a combine. 156, man, you should be able to get that back fairly quick. I could have easily been red with you, David. Dude, all you had to do was DCA one or two times when you were long from the 71s, and you would have been in there. If you're going to DCA off the whole numbers. I add in at that 25,000. If you're ever kind of stuck in that kind of position again, because we always most of the time will get a pullback off that whole number, and that's what I was doing earlier. I did DCA more, but I did DCA off those 25,000s. Did I miss something, Lance? Oh, you're talking about with the bankruptcy, those where they the clawbacks? Are you talking about that conversation, Lance? What, the fast track? It's not prop firms, Lance. Prop firms couldn't do it. It's the courts. The prop firms couldn't never. The prop firms couldn't say, "Hey, I want my money back." It's the bankruptcy courts. the L government, they're like, this company paid you. They filed bankruptcy. So basically, what they're trying to do is, so for me, they Fast Track owed me like $2,000. So, and the money that I invested with them. So I spent like say $500 or $600 with them, or $400 or $500. I don't remember the exact amount. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to recoup all that money back that Fast Track paid out. And so then what they're going to do is distribute it out evenly to everybody that lost money. But you know what that means is the courts and the lawyers are going to probably take 50% of that. Then whatever little's left, they'll give it to the people who lost money. So yeah, it's the courts that are doing it, not the company. I mean, I guess technically it is the company because they're the one that filed bankruptcy, but it's the courts that are sending people the letters. Letters or emails or whatever they're getting. Then I'm guessing some may settle. I'm not sure. But I know at least 3 or 4 people based on that are dealing with that right now. I mean, I don't know them personally, but I only know one personally, but he knows most of the other people that is dealing with it. What is going on here? We finally going to get that 56 fish lips. Dude, fish lips, I have been in this trade since 9 o'clock. We have been here forever, man. Forever. Oh, or you guys went to break even for the day. You've traded like 10 times. Oh yeah. I have no desire to try to enter this crap anymore, man. We're just letting it ride out and see what happens. I think a methodical man went to bed in the short too. You just entered the short? Whew. I'd be nervous just entering now, man. If you're gonna probably your better pullback. That pullback would have been your short area. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying I would be nervous entering. It depends on what you're looking for. Maybe if you're looking for like that 10-point trade. Oh, you did enter on the pullback. Okay, nice. Okay, Johnson, there's a double bottom forming here. Where was your entry at? Are you buying a cable? I don't want to keep saying what people are doing because I have like 3 different chats right here. So that's the reason why you guys will hear me say different things. I don't want to persuade somebody to their position because I know how that feels. Okay, that's a good entry. I like that. The 80 entry. That Oh yeah, right there at the pullback, dude. That's a nice entry because your stop loss needs to be at that swing anyway. So I think that's where we're going to take our stop loss to that swing. Yeah, sorry if it sounds a little confusing. Like I said, I'm reading like 3 different chats. So we have 2 YouTube chats and with a TikTok chat. So if I miss something, I don't mean to. It's just sometimes I do miss stuff in the chats. Especially if I'm trading. And that's only when I'm like just kind of focused on the trading. So a lot of times I'll miss stuff in the chat. Yeah, I want to say Fishlips says there was a gap left on the 15-second chart because I think Fishlips trades on the 15-second charts. He said it was at 51. Oh yeah, you're definitely right about that, Lance. No doubt. It can be pretty insane sometimes trying to look at your chat and like not miss something, then try to pay attention to charts. Most of the time in the morning times, like the early mornings when we're at the opening, a lot of times I don't even pay attention to the chat because I'm just focused on the charts because the it's just moving too fast in the morning and you got to be really, really fast, like with your entries, break evens, or whatever you're trading. It's the same as the TikTok, David. It's just Husk Williams or Husk Trader. If you want the cleaner charts, I would look for the horizontal charts and not the vertical charts. Oh, I thought we would. You see that big old wick it popped? It popped off that 60 wick. Oh, it's from that big candle from earlier. Whatever that candle was. So it might take a few tries, then it should push. Oh, you took 10 points? Nice on the long. What's that? MT says, look here. Oh, that's an app. All right, guys. After this trade gets hit, that's going to be it for me. Because I'll be back up out of bed probably in like 4 or 5 hours. Because most of the time I wake up, my wife gets up in the morning. So, and she gets up at 4. Woohoo! Look at there. We completely got out of this trade after holding this thing for 2 hours. Man. I'm glad to be done with that, guys. We sat through a lot of drawdown on that trade. I feel like we left a lot on the table. I feel like, man, we could go farther here. But I wasn't gonna take it any farther than that. I'm just glad to be done. But we ended up with 246 for the night. So, and that was after sitting. We were at one point we were about $200 or $300 in drawdown. So. When we just kept adding and adding to bring up our average. I knew I was going to have to add a lot. I have the moving averages on there, man, but I'm not going to lie. I hardly ever pay attention to these like, I don't really use them for anything, but it's the 9, the 21, and the 50. Now, I do use the moving averages on my Rico candles, but for that, I do not. On regular charts, no. It's just all like support, resistance, pullback, looking for lower highs, pulling Fibonacci. So if you would have pulled fib on this leg here, since this leg made a high and a lower high, so you would just pull fib on this leg. And this way it kind of gives you an idea if this, so this leg did not, it pulled back into the golden pocket pretty much. Mm-hmm. So, all right. So let's see what this next leg pull back. That would have been, let's see. That would have been a leg right there. Let's see what that one is. 50%. So 50%, see that little wick? There's something about the 50% in the nighttime, guys. The nighttime loves the 50%. Oh, nice. Yeah, that was a nice short there, dude. That 80 short, that was a nice short because that was right at the swing. So that was a really nice short. And it's usually tough to get it at the swing sometimes. To me, I like trading the pullback on the Fibonacci on the nighttime. I feel like that's like the best sometimes. Even though I did get into that crappy trade earlier. I don't know what I was thinking when I'm not going to do that again. I learned my lesson on shorting into that freaking super trend. We're not going to do that again. Man, that's the second time. All right, guys. Thank you guys for watching. Like I said, we will be back at 9 o'clock in the morning. And we'll be back for the opening. All right. Thank you. And everyone have a wonderful evening. Thank you for the likes and subscribes. And we'll see you in like 9 hours. Whew.